Okay, good morning, everyone. We can silence our cell phones like I'm doing. Greatly appreciate it. Sorry for my tardiness, but we are now about to get started. We are on the record. Today is Monday, the fourth day of December in the year 2023. This is a budget hearing for the Division of Cultural Affairs with the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a schedule 11 a.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 11:12 a.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this budget hearing? And I see Councilperson Prinzary,
Here.
Councilperson Baggiano, and Council President Waterman. So we have 3 council members in attendance at 11:12 a.m. In addition, at the time of its preparation, the notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Wednesday, November 29th, 2023 at 4:15 p.m. And a reminder was sent out on Friday, December 1st, 2023 at 1:45 p.m. to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and the local newspapers, so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Council President, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Morning, good morning, good morning. Well, Director, you can start with your presentation. That's how we're doing it. Then we'll ask questions.
Okay, great. Morning, Council President, council
Morning.
members.
Director, if you don't mind, if you could bring the mic closer to you. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Here to present on the Division of Cultural Affairs. Cultural Affairs is a division of the mayor's office. As one of the most culturally diverse cities in the nation, Jersey City has a vibrant arts and culture scene that grows stronger with each passing year. The Office of Cultural Affairs is responsible for the coordination and execution of the numerous art fairs, cultural festivals, and flag raisings, performing arts events, and more that happen throughout the city. For our budget and staff totals over the last 4 years, you can see that we are keeping fairly steady with our budget and with our staffing. Only a slight increase from last year, where we had a 22% budget decrease. It's not on this chart, but the one thing I will note is that Cultural Affairs' largest budget increase and staffing increase was actually in 2020, and that's when we took on the Jersey City Mural Arts Program and the Bethune Center. As a division of the mayor's office, we are under the chief of staff for management, and at the top of the Cultural Affairs office, we have our director's office. And then below the director's office, we have our mural arts program, our permitting and public events, and the Bethune Center. Brief overview of the office. We're responsible for facilitating special events and community relations, permitting and working with constituents to ensure the proper use of city property for public events. We're responsible for the public programming at the Bethune Life Center. We create and maintain relationships with community organizations throughout the city to promote arts and culture. We're responsible for the Jersey City Mural Arts Program, administering the Jersey City Arts and Culture Trust Fund. We support programming that's held inside of City Hall, including flag raisings. We support the city's public programming, and that includes press conferences and events that are presented by other city departments throughout the calendar year. A few key initiatives that my office has led in the past year. We've facilitated the permitting of 316 public events in 2023. And I did want to point out that that is an 8% increase from 2022. I think it's safe to say that events have not only rebounded from the pandemic, but we are seeing an increase from last year, from 2022 to this current year that's almost complete. And those numbers are above the numbers from 2019. We administered over $1 million in grants from the Arts and Culture Trust Fund, and that was a 23% increase in grant dollars from the first year, which was the previous year. We've supported very large public initiatives such as the Jersey City Art Week and the transition of the Apple Tree House into the new Museum of Jersey City History at Apple Tree House. At City Hall, Cultural Affairs supported 38 programs across all departments and 58 flag racings. We provided performance opportunities through our own programming for the public. Those opportunities were provided for 18 musical acts and 13 movies presented for free to the public this summer. We hosted 200,000 people on the waterfront for this year's July 4th festival, and we hosted a free symphony performance for 500 residents. That was supposed to be outdoors, and Liberty State Park was moved indoors due to weather. We worked with 24 Jersey City youth to create a large-scale mural at the Jersey City Juvenile Bureau and created a documentary about that program and the young people's accomplishments. We also hosted an art exhibition featuring their artwork. And it's not on the sheet, but I will point out that we did also participate in the National Americans for the Arts and Economic Prosperity 6 study, which was a year-long effort, which I presented to City Council previously. So on the last slide here, you'll see the budget that has been introduced for 2024. And I did note at the bottom of the chart here that our other expenses do remain level, though the numbers have been moved through the columns to actually reflect our spending from 2023. So I have questions.
Okay, so want to ask a question about administering the Arts and Culture Trust Fund. So for full disclosure, I am a non-voting member of the Arts and Culture Trust Fund Committee. And I say that also because I've seen the enormous amount of work that goes into this. It is carried in part by the Arts Council and in part by the committee and the people that we have that come on that will vet the applications in advance of that. But I want to know if there's any conversation with the administration about hiring somebody to assist you with that, whether it be on a full-time or part-time basis, because I've seen the amount of work that your staff puts in particular Migdalia. And I also don't know that that is tenable long-term.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's important to note that with this fund, we do not have any dedicated staff members to administering. And to your point, the Arts and Culture Trust Fund Committee, which is nominated by City Council, and we will have updated seats that will go in front of council at the next council meeting. They do not administer the day-to-day processing of applications and contracts and payments and reporting on where that money has gone, and they are responsible for the decisions around those grants, but the administration has fallen on my office. And for that reason, I am seeking a full-time staff member, which is in my org chart. That would be Clerk 1 to be a full-time administrator for the fund.
I don't have my glasses with me, so I can't fully read this out. So that is included in your budget for this year for a Clerk 1? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great.
That I have
Great.
included
Excellent.
in the budget. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, Christine, I just, first of all, I think you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
With everything, and no complaints at all. I just want to ask you something. On the 2023 budgeted, you asked for 1,517,000 and you expended only 1,222,000. Now you're asking for 1,622,000. Why the increase?
So the increase is solely in the full-time and part-time staff members here. And the reason why we have not expended all the money in our current budget is we are now in holiday season. And so we still have our toy drive, which is underway. We have all of our holiday events and programming. So we do anticipate that final number will be a bit higher in terms of our expended budget. But also for next year, it's safe to say that we'll probably have an expanded July 4th program as well, which will, anything that was not expended this year, we will use that next year for our July 4th program.
As I said, Christine, I have no problems with you at all. I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Councilman.
Christine, what do you think about a tourist division?
I think a tourist division is a fantastic idea. I think that especially where we are with arts and culture and cultural tourism, this is a great time to be thinking about how we can bring more visitors here to Jersey City and to also make the experience easier for them. I've actually spoken with a lot of hotels about how we can better bridge arts and culture programming with our hotels and our visitors. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity there to be to experiment with on-site presence and with really helping people find our theaters and our cultural institutions in an easier way. And you know, so I'd love to talk more about that. Actually,
Okay,
good time for it.
yeah. When you gave us the report the last time, how we increased with the culture fairs events, and it seemed like we are becoming more popular. So I wanted to know would it be a good idea for us to start looking into probably a tourist, I don't know if you want to call it tourist division, tourist, whatever, you got to play with the name, I guess. But to come under like culture affairs, because you guys doing it in any way, but we can see how we can broaden it out and
Yeah.
like what type of staff would be needed for that, and pretty much what the revenue would be if we venture out to something like that as a city. So I think that might be something to look forward to in the future, 2024, because I think my whole objective is to see where revenue comes in for the city. I think that's so important for us now because we're really trying to keep taxes stable. So that's why, and I know the only way you can keep taxes stable is by revenue. And I know for us, our land is our revenue, the majority. And so that's why with culture affairs and all the different events we do have in the city, and we attract so many people coming from all over now, not just Jersey City, how can we capitalize on that and help us to increase our revenue? And not only that, people get to know Jersey City in a larger manner, from one part of town to the next side of town.
Absolutely.
That's what I was asking. The Bethune Center.
Yes.
Could you give me an update on that center?
Sure.
And give me an update, because see, the Bethune Center, because we got 6 wards, and sometimes people don't realize we have another center on that side of town. And so it's important for the people to hear we do have another center on that side of town, and the importance of using that center and what that center brings to the city of Jersey City. I think it's good for the people to know that, because I know people look at us with these budget hearings all the time.
It's a really great point, and I think Alvin Pettit, under his leadership, he has built out a robust program, and we can continue to message out for residents exactly the breadth of programs that are available for residents for free,
Okay.
and whether that has to do with artistic expression,
Mhm.
community gathering, or fitness. And now with the beautiful new park, the Bethune Center
Mhm.
team has done an excellent job of building out the summer programming in the park. They had the 50th anniversary of hip hop, which had a wonderful
Mhm.
turnout this past summer with live performances. And there is a parking lot as well. So if residents are thinking about, engaging with the community, presenting some programming, I definitely encourage people to reach out to Alvin Pettit and his team at the Bethune Center to use the facilities
Mhm.
to continue building out that programming as well. And Cultural Affairs has remained very committed, even with the ups and downs of the budget, of not having any services cut from Bethune. That's one thing I'm particularly proud of, that we really found a way to be able to address Alvin's needs over there, and for the whole team to continue building and expanding that programming. Because as you said, there's many different wards in this.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that that programming remains available and free to the public.
It is. Okay. Um, Apple Tree House. Give me some update on that. I know we just did an opening. So let the public know, because like I said, they do watch us afterwards. I get texts later. Go ahead.
Sure. So when we cut the ribbon for Apple Treehouse at the beginning of um, my directorship, we had city offices on the upper floors,
Mhm.
and the mayor and I felt that this programming shift to have our local history community members lead programming would not only maximize use of the house and transition from having a part cultural facility, part offices to being a full cultural facility that focuses on history in Jersey City. And we thought that this would also, having this led by the community would increase visitorship, would make the space more readily available to the public, and that we could do what we do best with cultural affairs, which is support their efforts. So the Museum of Jersey City History at Apple Tree House is the new organization that is now in charge of running and programming the Apple Tree House, and cultural affairs supports however is needed.
Mhm.
But this past weekend, they had their first exhibition. It was an exhibition on Mayor Frank Hague. It will be open for a while. And there was also an art exhibition on the first floor. And they did a wonderful job there. The public was streaming through the entire time I was there. And I think that really speaks to the need for programming and the support within the community to learn more about our history and to have a space in Journal Square where you can go and connect with the community and maybe learn something new. There were a lot of young people that came through. So it was a great start to the Museum of Jersey City at Apple Tree House. And I encourage everyone to find out more. It's at 298 Academy Street.
Right. Before I close, what is your priority as the director of culture affairs? What would be your priority?
I would say
Budget, yeah.
sure. My priority is supporting the growth of arts and culture in Jersey City, and to making sure that our residents and our organizations know that our office is here to support their efforts, whether that be professional development, funding, helping to vision a future and what that looks like, and really helping to lay the groundwork for a blossoming city that has readily available arts and culture for all its residents.
Sit, any? Good finance? Good? Okay.
Okay, if there's no further questions, may I have a motion to adjourn at 11:30 a.m.? Motion made by Councilperson Prinzary. May I have a second? Second by Councilperson Fagiano. Favor of the motion to adjourn at 11:30 a.m. All council members present by acclamation, please say aye. We are out of here at 11:30 a.m. Thank you so much, everybody present and everyone watching at home. And remember, teamwork makes the dream work. Stay safe. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're about to get started. If we can silence our cell phones. Greatly appreciate it. We are on the record. Today is Monday, the 4th day of December in the year 2023. This is a budget hearing for the Department of Recreation with the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 12 p.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 12:05 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this budget hearing? Councilperson Prinzary.
Here.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Yeah.
Councilperson Saleh. Councilperson and Council President Waterman. We have 4 council members in attendance at 12:05 p.m. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Wednesday, November 29th, 2023 at 4:15 p.m. And a reminder was sent out on Friday, December 1st, 2023 at 1:45 p.m. to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and the local newspapers. So I can certify as to our total compliance with the sunshine law. I'm going to turn it over to our chair, and that is Councilperson Prinzary.
All right, so good morning, everyone. Director, we'll have you start and then we can sort of see if there are questions as you go over each division.
Sure. Councilwoman, would you like me to put on the record of the folks from my department who are here present?
Please, yes.
Good morning. My name is Lisa.
The mic in.
Director, yeah.
Mic closer to me?
Yep.
Thank you, Councilman. I am Lucinda McLaughlin, Director of the Department of Recreation and Youth Development. With us today on behalf of the department, I have Parks Maintenance Division Director James Jackson, Enrichment Division Director Keith Donath, absent from the table today, but certainly here in spirit and in preparation for today's discussion is a Recreation Division Director Rosemary Nunez. To my left is our Fiscal Officer Donna Ward, and then our Assistant Fiscal Officers Elizabeth Harley and Ileana Peralta.
Great, thank you.
Councilwoman, Council President and Council members, we prepared our presentation similar to last years past. So we're going to run through it. And if whenever you want to interrupt me, please feel free. The Department of Recreation and Youth Development is responsible. Our mission is to empower our youth to contribute in our diverse community here in Jersey City and beyond. Our vision is that all youth and young adults are thriving and productive, creating a diverse and successful community, irrespective of race, ethnicity, income, sexual orientation, or ability. And I think importantly for our department's mission is we encourage activities not only that are funded and provided by our department, but we also make sure that we are making space for the various communities operated by partners all throughout the city who similarly are engaged in caring for and providing safe spaces for our youth to recreate and grow and develop. Our enrichment division is responsible for all of the programming that we put on across the city, but for aquatics, so whether it's in programming put on by our own staff, it's a program put on by a vendor that we are partnering with. That division is responsible for ensuring all the standards are met for safe and positive programming. Division of Recreation is responsible for all of our aquatics endeavors, and Parks Maintenance is responsible for all of our parks maintenance endeavors, including supports of all the cultural activities that take place in our parks, partnership with the Jersey City Parks Coalition, and things like that. On our page 3, we talk about just the overall of our employee headcounts and budget analysis. Our budget submitted this year for 2024 is very close to our submitted budget in 2023. I will say, as we talk through our asks today, there are some bigger projects that are going on that financially might lie in other areas of the city. We have included them in our presentation because they impact our operation and services, and we'd like to make sure that things that we need to operate, whether or not we're supposed to pay for them or buildings and streets, whoever it is, it's the city. So we want to make sure that things are discussed and met. So you'll hear from us a couple of times on things that might not be our operating budget, but we want to make sure are realistic opportunities for funding that we identify. The only thing I would note is that on the employee headcount, it looks much different to see 65 full-time employees versus 79 in 2023. I would just note that in 2023, the Division of Parks Maintenance, I was in the process of coming over last year to my department. So the counts in 2022, and 2023 for a portion included things like the foresters who ultimately were moved out of my department into a different division within a different department. So the numbers are not really that different in real life. They just look a little bit different because of some of the transitions that were happening. Again, I think this next page 4 is, I can wax poetic on it if you want me to, but pretty much we have a director's office and then the 3 divisions that we just spoke briefly on the the benefits that they are providing to our constituents through services and operations. Again, the next page is to talk about our organization. We start at the top and work our way down. So 5, we already spoke about the 3 divisions within the department. Importantly, all 3 divisions are delineated in the city's code with regards to the Department of Recreation and Development. Then we have a director's office, which is pretty light. It's myself, an executive assistant, and an administrative clerk. In the director's office, we handle all the oversight for our grants. We, as a department, have taken on a lot more responsibility with regards to grant administration and the utilization of grant funds to support and offset some of our operating costs. Melissa Troncoso has really stepped up, and we are handling all of our grant things in compliance, of course, with the fiscal of the finance department. But we're handling it there. We now have all of the Municipal Drug Alliance monies guided through our department, all teen mental health monies guided through our department. We've been using federal funds in partnership with Division of Community Development to improve many things across our programming and parks maintenance and aquatics this year, and we intend to continue to do that moving forward. The next one is our Division of Parks Maintenance, which again has our director, James Jackson, in the middle and flows down. The blue box to the right identifies our 2 managers who manage a lot of our contracts, specifically in parks maintenance. We have a lot of contracts because there's a lot of services that we need to rely on to keep our parks safe and functioning, and they require, plumbers and gosh, you name it, we need them, and much of it is beyond the either ability or just capacity of our city workers. So we supplement a lot of things, and it's all working. Our next page is the first stage of our aquatics. We have a lot going on in aquatics, just to be quite honest, which I think most of the council people present today are familiar with the challenges that we face each day to make sure that we are properly staffed. And so we have a lot of staff, but these staff are, especially in aquatics, they fill known needs each day. So you might see something that looks like 20 lifeguards. We don't have 20 lifeguards working at one time. We'll have 3 lifeguards on post. But of course, when you operate from 7 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then you operate from 8 a.m. to basically 7 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, that's a lot more hours than a one person would be capable of covering. And then on to page 10 is our Division of Enrichment, which again is all of our programming under Director Donath. And then, parks maintenance somehow someone's missing, or no one's missing anymore. They were first. All right, everyone's in. With regards to page 11, talk about our accomplishments for the year. I encourage you to sort of look at the next pages, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I know there's a lot going on, but these are our accomplishments. I'm going to talk through them, but the visuals of what those accomplishments represent are also included in the presentation. Ultimately, what did we do in 2023? Good afternoon, Councilman. In 2023, we continued to engage youth in Jersey City in recreational athletic opportunities. Our junior peewee and our junior varsity Jets, which is a program that is reliant upon not only our permanent employees within the department, but also many, many volunteers who volunteer their time, go through proper background checks and all the responsible things of that nature. But many of our programs rely on volunteers. The Jets is a big one. And last year, our junior peewees were county champs. This year, the junior peewee and junior varsity Jets both were division champions. We successfully launched new initiatives within the department, such as Safe Sitter, youth mental health first aid training to supplement our non-athletic offerings. We've continued to expand our vendor instructed programs to further diversify what we are offering and how we are engaging. Specific programs listed there, such as volleyball, tennis, roller hockey, street ball, dance, have really been growing in leaps and bounds because we are able to successfully manage our relationships with some of these instructors and are also willing to be diverse in how we are operating to make sure that we're meeting the needs and interests of the community. Importantly, though, I would also, again, I know I said this on the jump when I first started speaking, but what we do as a department is not just keep track of what we are offering. We also keep track of what the community is offering to make sure that what programs that come out of the Division of Enrichment are they're not oversaturating the population. We're offering things that are necessary. We're supplementing the programs that are happening all across the city. And we're also reliant upon best practices and sharing those best practices, not only with ourselves in-house, but with other athletic and non-athletic entities that come to us for partnership or field space or whatever that might be. This year, we had successful introduction of entrance fees for adults at the Pavonia and Lafayette pools, which will go into place in 2024. We removed entrance fees for all youth at the city pools, and we also introduced programming fees to better sustain staffing and offerings through a direct income stream. To date, we have generated $252,478.50 through program fees within the Division of Enrichment, and to date, there's $116,051.50 generated through the pool and rink fees through the Division of Recreation. Much of that money did not exist in the past, and it's really beneficial, and it's been beneficial to our programs. We have better attendance, we have people showing up, we have a joint commitment to our programming, and it's working very well. We have successfully launched our field permitting through a digital platform called Facilitron, which has expanded our user base by an estimated 20% just alone in the first 6 months. It's now easier to understand how you can get on a field, what is required to utilize that field. It's easier to see the schedules to understand what is available. There's a whole sheet about Facilitron. We're really pleased with that outline, and actually the county is already looking at our program to see if it's something that, from a scheduling perspective, may benefit the entire county moving forward on field space. We have also, I'm sure you all are watching our ribbon cuttings, but we're going to keep doing it as long as the opportunities are there. We were able this year to make site and facility improvements in 19 different park locations, touching all 6 wards of the city. In partnership with the Division of Community Development and the Department of Infrastructure. Some of the many pictures you're going to see there to represent the things that we did. You see a map, number 1 on page 16, which identifies so sort of where all throughout the city we made these improvements, but we touched fields, we touched baseball pitchers mounds, we touched one of the stages we were able to fix up. We new soccer goals, new water slide at Lafayette Pool. We repainted the Pavonia Pool. We were able to accomplish a lot of things that were outside of our financial abilities, but needed to be done regardless. So the opportunity to find those dollars and accomplish these tasks for the community was very rewarding for us. And now that we know what it feels like, we will continue to move forward and find these dollars and spend them for the benefit of the community. Have a contract in place on the ice rink, which I'm sure someone's going to ask me about what's going on with the rink. Why isn't it open? The rink is not open because it requires significant capital improvements that, again, are beyond my own operational capacity within the Department of Recreation and Youth Development. But to assure that the opportunities for skating are available, we were able this year to put a contract in place to assure that residents have an opportunity at a reasonable cost for recreational skating, and we partnered with the Newport Skates while the Pershing rink is down and while the city continues to explore really financing options and design options to figure out what is feasible, what makes sense for operation there. We had a very successful first year in parks maintenance with a contract at Audubon, Bayside, Berry Lane, Columbia, Hamilton Park, Leonard Gordon Park, and Riverview Fisk. We had a partnership on the programming side with a very high visibility organization called AMPT, which again, you may have seen or you may have even been present. This summer, we had a whole bunch of NFL professional players down at Cave and Point. It was an amazing day, and the opportunities and the partnerships with AMPT have continued to grow, allowing our youth in Jersey City an opportunity to see individuals that look like them, who are in professional capacities, something that started off as a love of sports at a young age, to follow them through their whole lifetime has been really special. And we're going to continue to build that relationship so that our youth in Jersey City can be what they see. We had our 20th season of the Hamilton Park Summer Basketball, which for anybody who doesn't know, 20 years of a league like that, drawing people from all over the state is like nearly unparalleled across anywhere. So we're very proud of that league. I submit that the activation of the Hamilton Park Summer League over the past 20 years has improved the use of Hamilton Park, has increased the visibility of the park, which likely helped some of their funding, some of the interest. So these things are all attached, and we're very proud of the leadership of Pat Devaney at that league. And I want to make sure I say it on the record because 20 years is nothing to I don't even blink at it. It's incredible. We also have a contract in place for 2024 to assure that our Johnston kiddie pool, which is having some tiling and coping challenges, we have already set that up so it's ready to go, and that pool will be ready to meet the community's needs in 2024. And then just again, looking through some of these pictures, you'll see our programming also on page 13. We have a long history of paper flyers being sort of everywhere, even here in City Council. City hall, excuse me. I know there used to be so many papers and even flyers down at the front. Everyone's making an effort to clean those things up. So on page 13, you'll see a universal flyer, which we now have at our just locations all throughout the city. That is straightforward. You scan the QR code, it takes you right to the programming site and gives you access to everything that the Department of Recreation and Youth Development is offering. And on page 15, there are just a few photos of our adaptive programming, which we continue to build, and we're going to keep doing it because it's paying off and it's important. We also not only tend to individualized or specific special needs programming. We also have brought on not only some volunteers and vendors and staff who have special training within the field of special needs to assure that we're giving proper attention to the programming and we're not just calling it something that it's not. We've added staff to make sure that all of our programs are accessible. So whether it's special needs soccer that you're engaged in or a regular soccer program, we are able to meet your needs, meet you where you are showing up for our programs. And then just on page 17, you'll see an example of Facilitron, which again, really proud of, and it's working very well. On page 18, you'll see an example of a QR code there. So our athletic fields now, we are in the process of putting a sign just like this Country Village sign at every single athletic facility, which there are, gosh, 24 of in 14 different locations. So now again, all those 24 locations, an individual looking at that field thinking, gosh, how could I use that field for soccer or for softball or whatever it is? They'll be able to, they are able to scan that code, go right to this site and get full explanation of what it is they're looking to do, what's required of them, and how they go about doing it. So what are our goals for 2024? Well, our goals is to pretty much continue doing what we're doing because it's working, and we're very proud of that. So we want to continue to develop our mobile recreation programming, our teen mental health first aid, our sports mentoring program, and safe sitters. We're going to continue to build our Office of Adaptive Programming to responsibly meet the needs of our special needs youth and continue to explore additional funding in that area that would allow us to continue to broaden what we are doing. Our department is committed, to continuing to improve our parks by replacing safety surfaces and playground equipment. We've been working with a lot of the original installers on some of the equipment here in the city to ask them to come out, take a look at what is here, advise us what the lifespan is, is there anything that's necessary? And in doing that, we've already, if I'm not mistaken, Director Jackson, we have 3 parks just in the past couple of weeks that through warranties, we were able to obtain free replacement parts, replacing stairs, replacing things with some worn tread, that it's a great payoff. And those relationships we're going to continue to work on and keep going. Our intention obviously is to continue to work for a return of the ice rink to full function while simultaneously addressing a lot of challenges there that impact how we can function. It's not just an equipment issue, it's a roof issue, it's a ceiling issue, it's lights issue, it's piping issues. So there's a lot that needs to be dealt there. But while we figure out that from the capital perspective, we are committed to making sure that that the sport of hockey continues. We pivoted with our relationship with hockey in New Jersey. While there is no ice at Pershing, we are now currently running ball hockey with them. We're running roller hockey with them. Our instructor who used to instruct our figure skating lessons we're doing a dance class with her. So we are continuing to engage the youth that were engaged in that programming with us. And we're pivoting and making sure that there's an opportunity where the interest is. We will be resurfacing Pavonia Pool, and our intention is to repair the water features in the summer of 2024. We will continue to improve our communication efforts, reliance upon Facilitron, upon Rec Desk. We're going to continue to improve all those communication efforts so that everyone is better informed of what we're fixing, what we're working on, what we're improving, what's open, what's closed, et cetera. We will continue to improve our advertisement of programs in the digital, print, and in-person methods. The in-person methods, I must tell you, council members, are still important. While we go hard as a city when it comes to social media, not everybody is on social media. So while we applaud the city's efforts and we'll continue to feed everything we can there, the opportunity to send staff out to a resource fair or a school still has immeasurable benefits, because every time we go somewhere, there's always a parent or guardian who says, I didn't know this was happening. And it might be a school that we were already sending flyers to, right? So the in-person connection is really what our department is all about. So we have to do all of those things. I just lost my Here we go. We have also continued and we've made more required professional development for our staff in all three divisions. We've done it in aquatics, we've done it in programming, we've done it in parks. We're finding opportunities to improve things like our turf maintenance care. We take advantage of industry best practice standards by participating with the New Jersey Recreation and Parks Association. We are also active in the National Recreation and Parks Association. So it's not just things that we think are a good idea. When we bring things to the council's attention or the administration's attention, it's because someone else is doing it across the country and it's working. And there's also things I'm very proud to say that we have done and set as an example for other entities across the country with our willingness and with the council's support to do things, to try new things. And we're setting the standard as well for small cities across the country. And we will continue to improve also our evaluation efforts, looking at our own efforts and saying, what can we improve in-house? Using those internal evaluations are things that helped in the year 2023, helped guide our decisions when it came to utilizing those community dollars to make sure that what our parks maintenance staff was seeing and identifying as problematic, we were able to address. We have data when it comes to attendance and registration numbers, which make it helpful for us on a programming side to best understand where we should be advertising, what is really successful and what is not, who's showing up for things, who's signing up and then not showing up, and how do we correct that. On the aquatic side, the data there has helped us best understand, from an age perspective, should we be focusing our lessons on, older, younger? We are unfortunately going to always be in the challenge of people wanting more swim lessons and more opportunities because safety limitations, you can't have 50 kids in a swim lesson with one water safety instructor. So we're going to continue to do the best that we can to make sure that we are using and exploiting the best use of every minute of time that we can in our pools to make sure as many people have access as possible and are also as many skill sets as possible. Our aquatic staff is actually, I think in the next 2 weeks, going to be joining with the aquatic section of the New Jersey Recreation and Parks Association to help set next standards for the next generation of swimmers when it comes to drowning protocols and whatnot, because we're doing it right. So we've been asked, our staff was asked to weigh in there and help set those standards for years to come. And then we got the fun stuff, right? The numbers. So I'm not sure if you guys want me to, if it would be helpful for me to talk through individual lines or sort of looks different. In the big picture, we tried to identify, what we need to spend. We're not, you'll see in our asks, again, in all the years that I've been in front of you, asking for approval of our requests. You've always noticed, I imagine, that we have things like pennies and cents in our asks. We don't round things up to the, $40,000. If we need $36,413, we're going to identify $36,413 and ask for that. So I very much assure you that every dollar that we have asked for within this budget is something that we have a need to spend on in 2024, and that need directly supports the successes that we've been able to maintain over the past several years and the builds and the improvements that we want to continue to make moving forward. There are a few things that I should note on page 23. It's sort of like changes, and I know it's silly to have submitted a budget that's not even official yet and then say, wait, but we have to change these things. But all of these things are living documents, and our needs today might change tomorrow, depending on, what broke last night that we weren't expecting to break. So there are a few areas that we, in making sure that our budget was handed in and accurate, there are some things that have arisen since then that we do need to work and tweak a little bit on the afterwards. So I'm going to sort of start from the bottom up on page 23. Again, there's some needs that impact how we operate, but may not traditionally have been recreation's responsibility to pay for. But in my experience, if I don't make sure that someone's paying for it, then it's not getting done. So I'm going to mention again, the city's mobile stages. We have 3. Recreation was able to use funding to refurbish one of those stages, which is now safe to drive, has lights, has proper electrical systems. There are 2 additional stages that each to the tune of about $46,000 or $48,000 is necessary for each of them for similar refurbishments. So if that is something that I believe as a city should be doing, and if it's not in someone else's budget in the city, then it's going to need to be in recreation's budget so we can accomplish those really safety improvements, and so that all 3 of those stages can continue to be useful for years to come. From recreation's division, we did somehow neglect to include our own training in-house there. not training, but training that we bring in. So we are looking for some training money in line 307 within recreation. In line 310, we expected in 2023 to be able to expend just under $70,000 to resurface the Bevonia Pool. For a lot of reasons, we weren't able to accomplish that this year, not because of money, but because just of state contracts and figuring out how we could engage with the company that we would like to do the work after extensive research on what the best practice would be and the best product. So we will need to secure those monies in 2024 so we can complete that project because we paperwork wise and just professional wise couldn't get that in place this year. We are asking for approximately 80 with the expectation that probably the price quoted this year is somehow going to be more expensive next year. We just want to make sure we're covered there. Recently, the overhead lights at Bevonia Pool had to be taken down because one of the cables snapped, basically leaving us with giant lights that could have fallen and injured our staff, injured patrons. And the determination was made that they all had to come down to avoid that happening. To be very straightforward, thank gosh the decision was made to take the lights down, because as we were taking down the lights, one of them did fall and smash. These are extensive, like probably the size of this table, almost light fixtures. And it was hours and hours and hours and hours of effort to make sure all the glass was cleaned up. So we do have an expensive fix ahead of us for those overhead lights, but luckily we avoided any danger or damage to any people or the premises. But those lights are more expensive, I think, than probably any would have imagined. So right now, with DPW and the recreations, both efforts to identify an appropriate system, we have one quote I think is $58,000 just for the lights themselves, not counting installation, and another quote is I think around $80,000, not counting installation. So we need overhead lighting inside the pool so we could operate at full capacity. We cannot operate right now when there's not daylight outside. And although we're not covering all of our costs when it comes to admission fees at Pershing Pool, it is an income generating entity, and I submit we should be prioritizing fixes there so we continue to operate at full capacity. Those operations also impact our own staff's pockets, because if I can't operate when there's no sunlight, then that means people who are reliant upon us for their jobs, for hours to work, we're not providing them that work either. So, it's a one hand is always touching the other and trying to figure out how to be best there. So those are expenses that exist. And if they're not in someone else's budget within the city, then they're going to have to be in ours so that we can make sure that is done so that we can get back to full service for our constituents. And then I'm moving up just into the Parks Division. The general maintenance, we have increased our contractor relationship for Pershing Field and Gateway Parks for 2024. And somehow with, again, trying to get this into you guys and trying to put that public bid together and tracking all of it, we somehow neglected to include those monies here. It's going to be a less of an impact in the big picture. It's not actually going to be an additional $300,000 that we're asking for, because again, some other things have changed in the conversation since we handed in the budget. But we have that, and in line 310, which is I think important to many of the individuals I'm looking at on the dais. A lot of our parks have drinking fountains that have been problematic to maintain, because then again, that's an area that Parks Maintenance does not have plumbers. We don't know how to, with all respect to Director Jackson and our staff within Parks Maintenance, we don't have that skill set, and it's a big ask on DPW for the plumbers to also be handling that. So next year we have included maintenance of the drinking water fountains, both human and animal, because we have dog water drinking fountains a lot of places that have been leaking for quite some time and just whatnot. So we have included maintenance of those drinking fountains in the scope of our irrigation contract. So we do expect we'll have to spend more money on that irrigation contract now that we're going to increase the scope of it to include those water fountains and making sure that they're up and running all the time. And I think that's everything. And on line 107, I have something that's park ranger. I'm almost going to not say it because I did not speak to you guys, council, about what it was, but it's something, an idea that I did come with, having learned about from another city across the country. But after discussion with our public safety and the administration, we're going to attempt a different effort in 2024 and see if we're successful in that way. And if we're not, then I'll be back asking for some funding for a Parks Ranger program in 2025. But we're going to try to accomplish something without additional expenditures and perhaps still the impact that we're looking for.
Okay, thank you, Director. We will open it up to questions.
Yeah.
Before we do that, I just wanted to mark Councilperson Gilmore present at 12:12 PM. So we now have 5 council members present.
Yeah, I have a question. On page 11, I find it very upsetting to see very successful first year of park maintenance. You name all these parks, I don't see Persian Field in there. And I'm sure Youssef is getting the number of complaints I'm getting. Number one, we have the ice skating ring, which was allowed to deteriorate, should be fixed, and opened up. I'm getting complaints, a lot of complaints that the pool is not maintained properly. You know, I look around, I see all this stuff. I was down at Hamilton Park the other day. I was up at Riverview Park yesterday. I see all this wonderful stuff going on in all these parks. And why is Persian Field being excluded? We have Ward C and Ward D, which is probably 1/3 of the population of Jersey City, and they use this park tremendously. And I don't think it's getting the proper services that it should be.
So Councilman, I agree with some of your comments, and for that exact reason, in 2024, Pershing Field will be moving under a contract relationship with Parks Maintenance employees handling the athletic fields with regards to lining and things of that nature, and other Parks Maintenance staff handling the restrooms. But when it comes to general maintenance, trash collection, general grass cutting, just general maintenance, we are moving into a vendor relationship at Pershing because it is a huge facility that it's not feasible for basically one person at a time to keep it in great shape. So Councilman, I do agree with that it was unfair to say to our one employee at a time, how come this park doesn't look as great as one of these others that a vendor is maintaining? Because we can't do that with one person at a time. It's not feasible. So the size of both Gateway Parks and Pershing is the exact reason, Councilman, that for 2024, we have broadened our partnership with a private vendor who will be assisting us and providing the labor for the general maintenance at Pershing Field. So I expect some of the issues that we have heard this year, which I imagine you also hear, such as, well, the trash wasn't, maybe picked up every day, or this can wasn't emptied, or that tennis court's not unlocked on time. We expect that's all going to be remedied through the addition of more workers for us through the benefit of the contract.
So recreation, right? Keith is over youth development, correct?
Enrichment is how we
Well, youth enrichment. So subsequently, who would be over, I guess, the other portion, which, well, I know last year you had briefly explained one side was like sporting activity and the other one were youth enrichment. So who's the two individuals and head of either entity?
Sure. So Councilman, the way that we are split up, and we kept the recreation, name over a division, although the recreation division is really all of our aquatics endeavors. All things that have to do with skating or swimming are in the recreation division under Rosemary Nunez, who's our division director, but she's not present today, but she is very much the division director of all things aquatic, including aquatic instruction. All of our other programming falls under the division of enrichment, which is under Director Donath. So if we are running soccer, basketball, tennis, boxing, any of those programs, the staff, the advertisement, the location, all is under enrichment. Also under enrichment is all of our field permitting. And then under the division of parks maintenance is where we have things like opening and closing fields, obviously, picking up, keeping them clean, keeping them safe, checking on equipment, things like that.
Okay, so with regards to indoor activity, what specifically are we doing? I know when I was in recreation, we had like this really comprehensive program where we had people go out to engage the community, to let them know about the programs, because for whatever reason, there's a lack of people not knowing about the program, people don't have access and all this other stuff. So I wanted to know, have we begun to iron out that community engagement, reaching out to people, let them know these programs available? And if so, what programs are those? What programs are rolling out in the fall?
Okay, so Councilman, there's a few questions there. I want to make sure I'm answering them to the best. So is that your number one question is sort of what programs are we operating right now in the winter?
Yes.
So, I mean, if you want to run it off real quickly, I mean, I know we've got track, basketball, boxing, volleyball, tennis. there's more than that. Safe Sitter is running, but I'll be quiet. Sorry.
Councilman, yeah, the programs that we have, everything's a little bit different from when you were at Recreation. Our schools are doing a lot of after-school programming as well. So we don't get into the buildings around 6 o'clock at night, some 5 o'clock if we're lucky. We are running tennis, we are running our boxing program, we are running volleyball, we are running soccer in 2 different schools. We are running yeah, we have our social club, we have our special needs programming. We are in the schools, we are organized, and we are at full capacity for each one of our programs.
I guess a better question, a more direct question is as it relates to Ward F, as it relates to the middle of Ward F, I'm talking from the White Street indoor around 15 school, all the way down to the corridor of Monticello, and there's a plethora of schools there. What, if any, programs is available in that particular area?
15 and 41, we have basketball going on, 3 different programs for all different ages. We also have our Friday night program at 41. That's a big and popular program.
So what Director Donald just touched on is that things have sort of evolved over, not evolved, but changed over the past couple of years because as most of us can see, right, like the schools, Jersey Public Schools now run their own summer camp. They didn't used to run their own summer camp. So whereas we used to go into the schools and run the summer camps at the schools, they're running their own summer camps. So they don't need us in the schools running summer camps. Way back, we always hear about the open gyms, which was a time when recreation, from what I can understand, because it wasn't under my watch, used to be allowed into the schools at 3 o'clock when the schools closed, and we ran that open gym. We were the safe place for kids to be. Now the schools have Casper. They organize their own after school activities. So not that we're not needed, but we're often not needed, and we're not asked to fill that void. So we've worked really hard over the past several years to figure out where is that need. So we're not continually pushing up against the schools and asking for things that they are not interested in giving to us. So the way that we have been successful in staying in many of the schools is because Director Donath and his team have worked very hard to work on those individual relationships with those principals. And those individual relationships are really the reason, Councilman, why we're allowed to operate in individual schools at certain times. Like our relationship with the principal at 7, we've been working for years and years and years on it, right? So finally, now we actually can go in there at 3 o'clock, but it's only because we offer a program just for MS7 kids at first, and then it gets opened up to other kids from Jersey City. But for that principal making that opportunity available, we wouldn't be in that school at all. And we have so many schools that we've been sort of moved out of, or the space for us as recreation has become minimal because there's so many other organizations that have come into the city who go to the schools and pay them for their gym time, Bolo Sports, Zog Sports, you name it, they're using the facility, they're paying the public schools for the access, and then we're not given it because they don't need us there because someone is paying them to run programs. So I encourage us, right? It's been a bit of a brain redirect for us because it feels like we're being asked to do less, or there's less space for us, right? It almost felt at first like it was like our feelings were hurt by the schools running their own summer camps, which is silly. Our feelings aren't hurt. We want every kid in Jersey City to be engaged in something. And if the schools can engage 30,000 kids, on a daily basis in the schools, then let's let them have figure out how they can engage 15,000 kids over the summer, right? That's great. So we've had to position our brains to think positively on these changes instead of it negatively impacting us. We're thinking, where do we operate and how do we do it successfully? So now at the Armory, right? When we're at the Armory, we're running basketball, we're running track, we're running 2 or 3 cohorts of groups at the same time because we know we can handle it and we know that we control that space. Coming into a school at 6 p.m. or 6:15, which is the first thing they let us in, it's hard to get a parent to bring a kid over there who now has came home from work, picked up their kid at school, then they got to come find us another place that doesn't leave time for dinner, there's just so many challenges for parents and for spaces and for staff. So we are every day, Councilman, we're figuring out how to do it best and how to make sure people know. We still just the other night, Sacred Heart School contacted us and said, we're going to have a resource fair or an open house for our parents. So we sent a staff member over there to talk about our programs, right? And say, here's what it is. The Sacred Heart's asked us to. So of course we did it. So we're continuing all those things, Councilman, and we're doing all the efforts and opportunities and all the methods we can think of. We're trying them.
I mean, in light of the public schools, I guess, doing more in the recreation realm, at some point, we're going to have to figure out how can we partner? How can we, bring that together? Because if they're doing this and we doing this, like, how do we make it the most impactful for the kids versus, all right, we can't get in to 6 o'clock, right? Why don't we figure out a way where, all right, all of them are in the public schools, right? Y'all can have Casper, they can do their homework, but when it comes to activities, let us come in and run the activities after all of the academics and all the other stuff is done, because ultimately we want to create a cohesive program that the kid can benefit from, right? It shouldn't be an instance where kids like, oh, I got to choose, I got to go to Casper versus I have to go here. I want to do both, but they at the same time. That's my biggest issue is like, how do we make it work? And I've seen it work. I remember vividly, in fact, my first group mentoring program was in 12 school. We got there right after school. Kids did their homework. We had a group session. Then we went to the gym. It's like the ideal match. And I just want to see like more of that, right? Not losing any kids in the cracks.
No, I agree. And we actually, this year was our first year where we took our boxing program to 3 o'clock with number 7 school. So we have a boxing program. We have included their kids into the program, and it's been very successful from 3 to 4. And then we're able to extend on to the whole entire neighborhood as well. So it was kind of like a little test area. It's working great, and that is getting around. So it's only a little bit, just a matter of time before we start really kind of engaging into the school again and showing what we can do.
I just would say though, Councilman and Director Donut, like we're trying all these things, like, and those relationships matter. And in the big picture, Councilman, I submit again that we maybe need to not just continually think, how do we get back into the schools, back into the schools, back into the schools? Because if the schools don't need us, right, then we've also looked at, like, we've talked to some private schools about locations, thinking about locations. So we have to be very creative with how we're thinking about programs, and maybe not try, we have to get back to how it was. We want to get back to how it was. We want every kid engaged in something across the city, whether they're in Casper or in dance or in our basketball program or in your, basketball program or in your breakdancing program or in your double Dutch program, whatever it is. We want kids to be engaged. We don't need them to be engaged with us. We want them to be engaged and safe and thriving, right? And there's a lot of people in Jersey City who care about kids being safe and thriving. And we're trying to keep tabs on all those as well, so that we're not in competition all the time. Like, we have the same number of kids no matter what, and we want all of them to be involved.
Yeah, I guess my last point, because I'll be here all day asking questions about recreation. My last point, I know I was concerned when they moved, is it Parks, whatever that they moved with Sammy. No, Sammy was in DPW and they moved it. Recreation took over that entity. I know I specifically had questions as it relates to if Sammy wasn't going to be the director, if someone else would come, would that be a bigger financial burden? And to the best of everything I remember, I was told no, but now, I mean, I don't know the exact functions of who's doing what, but I do see 2 people. It looks like, I don't know if it's the same role, some connections, and if salaries are relatively the same. Can you speak to that?
Which role are you
And
asking?
that's, so yeah, Parks.
Is it Sammy and someone else you're asking me to compare?
So, yeah, so, wait up, let me see. Yes. What is, I just had it. Okay, yeah, so we have, all right, so Director Jackson is in Parks,
Yes, sir.
Director, and then Sammy is, I guess, the manager, and he's,
So the
and
question is
Sammy
basically,
old
from a
role.
budget perspective, why do their numbers look pretty similar?
Yes.
So, Councilman, the Division Director James Jackson is present in the room with us. And as a division director, our floor across the city is 100 really for the division director role. So when you look at someone like a management like Sammy Ocasio specifically, the number that you're looking at there is a base salary plus longevity, which is not broken down in the document to look at. I can certainly follow up with you on a separate cover to talk about sort of that base versus longevity, but the difference is there once you take out the longevity.
Okay. Now, what's the difference in the two functions as it relates? So he would be the director, Sammy would be the manager, presumptively under him.
We have two
Presumably.
managers within the Division of Parks Maintenance. Our two managers, our management employees are Vernon Richardson and Sammy Ocasio.
Same, okay.
Vernon and Sammy, and actually Joe Napolitano in the Division of Enrichment and Jamie Gordon in the Division of Recreation under Aquatics. All four of those individuals handle, oversee and manage the contracts, the various contracts that we have that we rely upon. So when we talk about, irrigation, sports lighting, all the projects we did with the DCD funds this year, Sammy managed all of those. So Sammy and Vernon are over our parks maintenance contracts. They're over our contract for cleaning of the field houses. They're over our contracts for, again, irrigation, sports lighting, basketball courts, backboards and snap courts. And then the staff management comes under our general supervisors who are JCSA members. So our division director is is over all of those things. Our division director is responsible for, reporting out on where are our projects, where's our staff, what's our protocol on this, all things of that matter.
How many contracts do you have?
Well, that's many of them. I mean, I can tell you, but the big ones that we have really, and again, Council President, are you asking specific to one?
No, because you have two.
Yep.
You have two gentlemen doing the same function, so I wanted to know how many contracts do you have? Is it necessary for two?
I will tell you that
One
definitely is. Vernon is responsible oversight for our parks maintenance contract, which by next year will be $1.2 million. We expend about, 40 and change when it comes to one or two of the other contracts that Vernon is managing, but Vernon has those guys. So those are in some locations that Vernon is every day checking on them, handling all the stuff with those vendors and their managers and their supervisors and taking that there. And then Sammy does not engage on the parks maintenance contracts. All the other contracts under parks maintenance, again, the sports lighting, irrigation, fencing, safety, basketball court maintenance, our turf maintenance, the dog run deep cleans. All of those things fall under Sammy's purview, as does really acquiring any of the identifying and acquiring materials that we need for certain repairs and replacements. So they are similar roles, but they're managing different things. And we've got a lot of contracts that, to be fair, Councilwoman, we used to have a division director who was chasing down vendors on top of the, our own staff managers were also on top of the vendors and our staff. And it was hard to know which way was up because we have so many responsibilities in parks maintenance and we certainly are not overflowing with staff. And so to make sure that we're meeting all the obligations, it was just getting a little crazy. So we've streamlined those obligations and I'm going to brag that it's working great.
How many parks are not active? I know lately we've been remodeling parks. How many parks are not active parks?
Are not active right now.
I drove by some, they just look like
now,
they just.
Leonard Gordon
used.
Park is fully closed because of the extensive renovations going on there through the division.
Like I went by one park, I don't know, it was Skinner's Park or something like that. The name was up there.
You mean the difference between like a pocket park versus
Pocket
more
park.
active recreation park? Is that?
Yeah, a pocket park, because they still our parks, these little pocket parks that I drive by that.
Like at the top of my block.
That's not active.
So Council President, you may be referring to Cornelius Parker, which is a sort of smaller community park that is not open all the way to the public. There are some concerns by the residents who live in close proximity to that park that the way that specific park is placed, it's kind of like behind people's homes. And
You know what I'm asking though, because I know, like I drive through the city sometime and sometime you're on the side of the street, you see these little pocket parks that's not active. And the only reason why I'm asking, because if we're not going to use these parks, why can't we make them parking lots? I don't know. People got problem with parking. That's what
Well,
I'm
Council
looking
President,
at now.
respectfully, I'm the wrong person to talk about making a park into a parking lot.
The only
I'm to
reason
tell
why
you
I'm
we need our
asking,
parks.
because it's like we're not using these parks, it's like they're no, it's no activities. I don't want to say, they look like they're dead, unoccupied. I drove by a couple of them.
Okay, so Council President, so then let me be, I'll be a better listener now to your, or a better response. So your question is basically, how do we continue to make sure all of our park spaces are active? And I will tell you that as a department, we have been making great efforts over the past several years to make
Mhm.
sure that our assets not only are clean and safe, but that they're also used. A great example of that is Bayside Park. If you asked us 4 years ago what was going on at Bayside from a permitting perspective or an activity perspective, we would have probably told you not a lot. If you look at Bayside's calendars right
I know Bayside is good. I'm talking about these little pocket parks. I know, I drove through the city.
okay, so a
I'm trying
pocket
to
park
figure out
this year
these
that we
little-
had,
I'm trying to figure out these parks on the side that's not being used, because when I drive through the city, they're not being used at all and don't look like nothing is coming alive. And I know I'm getting calls where people can't park. So I just want to know, what are we going to do with them? Could we make them to little parking lots? That's it. I mean, we got to serve the people in every way.
Yep.
We got enough big parks. And I get calls that people saying, okay, we got a lot of parks coming, but we need places to park too. So that's all. If we're not utilizing it, why can't we do something else with it? That's all. It's quite a few. I drove through.
yeah, Council President, on point, I can say that this year specifically, in terms of small pocket parks or smaller parks, just recently, we put a brand new playground that had never existed at Monticello Park, which is again, a park that really was not activated. This year, we were able, through the monies with DCD, to replace the safety service at Stevens Park,
Mhm.
which, again, depending what sort of time frame it is, there may have been discussions not about Stevens Park being a great playground for kids, right? But now it's a great playground for, I'm sorry, I stole your thunder. I'm going to turn this over to Division Director James Jackson to speak about activating our parks.
So when I first came here, I noticed those parks first. Those pockets, Virginia, Watson, and Stevens and Storms. And one of the things, they're active, but the activity is very low. So I'm coming up with a program for next year to fix them up with us doing it and get them active again. Like the director said, Bayside was dormant when I came here. And we cleaned it up. We got rid of the dugouts. Next summer, we're going to do a lot of painting there, and I'm going to use the community the same way I want to do it with the pocket parks. All your parks are named after somebody from the.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to get all the pocket parks, art from artists that's from Jersey City, to come in there and tell a story in the park of why the park was named, who it was named after. But we're going to take time to do it. But I have, and I understand what you're saying. If you drive by, you look at those parks and say, there's nobody in the park. The activity there is low, but we got to
Activities, yeah.
make,
For real,
Ma-
no activity.
I get you, but just like Virginia Avenue, we went in there, changed the splash pad for the kids, put new surfaces down for the kids, and hopefully it'll increase after that, little by little by little. But I understand what you're saying. I can't speak on the parking lot or what it's going to be or what it, I'm there now, and I will try to realize that, excuse me,
Mhm.
vitalize it to where the community can use it and it be serviceable. But that's going to take time. But I do have a plan for it.
I got it. Like I said, I'm looking for parking. I understand, but I for real, I'm dealing with this situation because, like I said, for a lot of the residents, that is a big need right now. And I know if we got land and if there's already a big park in the neighborhood already, you know what I mean? Some neighborhoods have 2 or 3 little parks, and I've seen that. Whereas one park is just dead, really no activity at all. So I'm saying if there's already a park in the neighborhood, a park exists and it is active, then you got another spot that is not active at all. It's just like deserted, weeds just growing, nothing is happening. I'm just saying, I just asked about parking because you do have a park there. People can't park. People taking an hour to park to get in their homes. I'm just saying, are we trying to think about all of this balancing out some way? That's all. Because, like you said, it's going to take some time. It's just a thought because people need to park too. I'm getting a lot of complaints. They can't park.
And Council President, as the city
Yeah.
figures out how to answer, like, what we're
Yeah.
gonna do is we're gonna make sure places are clean and safe
Yeah.
and available.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna keep doing the best that we can, and if
Yeah.
things aren't active and you want to continue that conversation,
Yeah.
we're gonna still keep cleaning while you
Yeah.
tell us what to do after that.
Right. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
My question is partly to you, and I guess partly to the administration, sort of specific to the example of Pavonia Pool. Obviously, that needs to be fixed. So is there, is that going to be part of the capital budget request, or are you looking to do this in your actual budget? That's
So I would say that, so for this year, my recollection is that this year we had identified capital, we were gonna use
Okay.
capital funds for the relining of Pavonia Pool, correct? So that was the intention. So if the ask is in 2024, am I planning to use, will we be approved for capital use of dollars for the same expense in 2024 versus putting in my operating budget?
right now, because
So-
that's something that should definitely come out of capital, and as we're planning for it over for the next 2 years, because I don't need to tell you how often that pool is utilized and all the requests I get for it to be open even longer, for them to put a cover over it so it can be year round for.
Exactly. And Council President, or excuse me, Councilwoman, the product that we are looking to utilize for the relining, we have done tons of research on it, and there are, in Bayonne alone, 15 years ago, they used this product to reline the pool, and they haven't done a single thing of maintenance on it since. So we also are looking for a product that does exactly that and delivers the outcome that we're looking for. So I agree that we need to assure that the funds are in place so that we can get that done before the pool opens on Memorial Day next year. So I'm not sure if there's an answer right this moment.
Just very simply, we plan to introduce a new capital plan in January that'll identify all the projects, but that is something that we've already identified as a priority.
I would just add that we've gotten requests before whether or not we're going to be funding things through the operating budget. I do not want to go in that direction and filling in the gaps. We have our capital budget, and we have our grants division that was established under finance. And ultimately, the grants division will be kicking off in 2024 in sitting down and identifying the priorities, gaps, and fills where certain things can be offset. I would only say in an emergency purposes that it should be in operating, because ultimately it just created a lot of structural budgeting issues that we had in the event that we still, coming out of financial crisis and we're still not out of the clear when there's some other things. And so while I understand the council want certain things done and operating is most readily available, we really have to take those deeper dives in the capital budget planning for the next 5 years.
I want to say before we go that we're still bonding in February. Is that still on the timeline?
Yes.
Okay, just because I wanted to, that we're supposed to be bonding in February. I wanted to team up with Bogiano to turf up Pershing Field and get a dog park there. So I want to, put that on your radar that it's very important for Ward C and D. And then we could start renting out the field and getting everyone's dog licensed in Jersey City. With that, motion to adjourn.
Well, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Before you motion.
Sorry, I looked at you. I was wondering if,
No,
sorry.
So I'm chairing
I
this,
didn't-
so
Sorry.
I will.
Okay, I didn't know. I just,
No, that's fine. Any other questions before we adjourn? Because
no,
okay. No. And also I know, and just very, very quickly, maybe this is a better conversation as outside of this meeting, but with the sitters program, we had also talked about rolling that into a job opportunity for Summer Works to have young people provide sitting at all of our public meetings. So council meetings, caucus meetings, anything that families would like to attend, but maybe that is a hindrance. Is that something that we can look forward to for 2024?
It's not something that we have been, so the Safe Sitter program, one of the requirements of it actually is that we, as a Safe Sitter certified provider of the training, we are not allowed to keep a list of people who are Safe Sitter certified. So someone can't call us at Recreation and say, hey, I'm looking for a babysitter who has been through your training program.
Right. No, that I understand. But I guess my question is, as a service to the residents of the city, when we have council meetings, it maybe are a way for them to sign up for it. So it would be part of the Summer Works program.
At this juncture, we do not have we don't have a plan to provide childcare services, but again, because that's a little more challenging from a risk management perspective and whatnot, like when we have camp, we can only take certain ages because of certain insurance requirements and whatnot. So I think it's certainly, and Council, when I remember that conversation, and as we all know, I'm usually in here with a gaggle of children attached to me. So there certainly is a need for that so we can all meaningfully engage in the process of council meetings. And we can certainly think about that. There's a lot of logistics that would need to go in place,
Okay.
but we can think
Good.
further through.
So we can have that conversation separate.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So, any other questions? Okay. No, my questions have been answered. I'm asking for the rest of the council. Are there any other questions?
Are there any other questions?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. May I have a motion to adjourn at 1:05 PM? Motion made by Councilperson Bajiano. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Saleh. All in favor of the motion to adjourn at 1:05 PM? All council members present by acclamation, please say aye. We are out of here at 1:05 PM. Thank you so much, everyone present and everyone watching at home. Remember, teamwork makes the dream work, and we'll see you in an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're about to go on the record, so if you can silence your cell phones, greatly appreciate it. All right, we are on the record. Today is Monday, the 4th day of December in the year 2023. This is a budget hearing for the public library with the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 2 p.m. start, and the clock on my cell phone is showing 2:08 p.m. May I have a roll call for the commencement of this budget hearing? Councilperson Prinzary. Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson DeGise. And I know that Council President will be back momentarily. So right now we have 3 council members in attendance at 2:08 p.m. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Wednesday, November 29th, 2023 at 4:15 p.m. And a reminder was sent out on Friday, December 1st, 2023 at 1:45 p.m. to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and local newspapers, so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Now I'm going to turn it over to the council person that is chairing the meeting, and I don't know who that is, but I'll turn it over to the council.
I believe it is me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for putting your presentation together. I will allow the director of the library to start us off.
Hey, thank you very much. My name is Terry Hill, and I am the director of the Jersey City Free Public Library. And thank you for this opportunity to talk about the activities that we are planning for the library in 2024, and also to update you on all the great things that are happening, that have been happening this year. If you want to go ahead and turn in your packet to slide 3. I want to talk some about the activities that we are doing this year that we will be continuing into 2024. Of course, first off, you'll see there that we are going to be restoring our service hours at the Priscilla Gardner Main Library. So that library will now be open 4 evenings a week starting January 2nd. Also, we have put a lot of time, effort into our staff development, reviewing job duties, and of course, looking at our staff compensation to make sure that we are meeting our public's needs. Investment for 21st Century Libraries. We have worked and made a lot of progress toward addressing digital divide. For this year already, we have circulated over 2,000 hotspots, which provide internet access to the public. And due to the high demand, we're having to reduce the loan period of those from 14 down to 7 days. Collections is another area we've heavily invested in, especially emphasizing e-resources. As of November 1st, our e-resource use is 10% higher than any previous year, and that's not including the data we'll have for November and December. Also, our wait time on ebooks, which is very critical, which was over 130 days when we began 2023, has dropped to 27 days, which is below the national average. We have also implemented some software that's allowed us to be more strategic in selecting our print materials, and we expect to see a similar result in increased circulation for those items also. Moving over to the other column, we do have a new bookmobile coming that will be coming in June, July of 24. So I'll be sure to let you know when that happens. That vehicle will be a combination bookmobile and mobile technology lab. So we're looking forward to getting that on the road as we expand our outreach. We are also going to be updating furniture throughout the libraries to have more power and data enabled furniture, and furniture that's just more conducive to how people use libraries today. We of course have ongoing repair and maintenance needs, capital needs, but really for the facilities part, we are really embracing the fact that library space is a service, and it's really our most important service because many people come and use our space not necessarily to use our resources, whether they are using it to work or sometimes just a place that's warm and comfortable to get in out of the elements. We have installed electronic door counters. That's going to give us an idea of when our facilities are most used, so we can better staff our facilities, and we would be able to get that data even on a per hour basis. So we'll be able to be a little more efficient there. Looking into into 25 and 26, I know we're here to talk about 24, but these are all things that we're starting now that will be going into 24 to set us up well for the 25, 26 timeframe as well. Just in 23, looking at the growth that we're experiencing here in Jersey City, we have provided over 3,100 programs already this year. We've had an attendance of over 51,000 people at our library programs. Just in 2023 so far, we have signed up 31,000 new cardholders, and that's people who were not previously engaged with the library. November alone, we had 5,300 people sign up for cards. So right now we are at about a 62% rate for active card users of all of our accounts, and my goal is to get that to around 75%. Another thing I want to point out for 24 is the expansion of our Learning Center. Starting February 1st, we will have an additional 300 new students that will be enrolled in our classes that have already registered. We're adding 32 new classes, and we have 42 new certified teachers who have volunteered to teach our classes. So those classes include ESL, GED, digital equity, and our citizenship classes. We're really excited about that expansion. Since I've been here in Jersey City, my goal has really been to position the library as Jersey City's most valuable lifelong learning resource. And we're doing that in two ways, addressing the digital divide and early literacy, because we know with early literacy, there are numerous studies that if children aren't reading on grade level by the time they enter the third grade, it's really hard for them to catch up. So we are really focusing on early literacy. We are putting or have already put some structure into our story times so that parents and caregivers can be assured that there is an educational benefit to the story times as well as entertainment as well. But also on the digital divide side, we are addressing broadband issues, providing hotspots, access to devices, and the most critical piece that is often left off is the skills to use those devices and to navigate in the digital realm. So if you can turn on to the fourth page, this just shows some of the capital needs that we have that we're going to be addressing in 24. We are preparing for the phase 4 and the final phase of renovation for the Gardner Main Library. And we are awaiting word back from the state library for some updated plans that we sent in that's going to be a lot more user-focused and provide more spaces for people in the building. And also we have a grant application pending with the state library for the Miller branch. That will be a $3 million grant that I'm going to say we will go ahead and claim that we're going to receive. We're supposed to be notified by December 11th, but I will be sure to let you know about that. So hopefully we'll get that to address the needs there. Going on to the fifth page, you can look at our operating comparison, our proposed budget for 24 compared to our 23 and 22 budget. As usual, of course, the salary benefits line is a little more. As I mentioned earlier, we are investing more in collections and technology, specifically on e-resources. And we do have an increase there in facilities and maintenance with some of the capital needs that we need to address. Our investments in community engagement, of course, are paying off. We see the increased use of our resources, program attendance, as I mentioned, also the increase we have just in card registration. Okay, if we can go on to the sixth page. So this chart here just really highlights our 24 Anticipated budget, so our municipal allocation is at 16.9 million, including our state aid grants that fund our literacy program and any fees we anticipate collecting. We're estimating to be at a total of 17.4. Okay, page 7. Some of the things that we're looking at for 24, of course, our full and part-time compensation and filling a number of vacancies that we have. Also, our operating maintenance repairs, our vehicle expenses. As I mentioned, we have a new bookmobile that will be coming online that will complete the pay for that. And also in 24, we will be bringing the Municipal branch online and also starting to prepare for the branch that we will have as part of the Holland Garden project. We are also looking at some additional program spaces around the city. Specifically, the first one we're looking at is in the Hamilton Park area, where we can create some program and makerspace spaces for the public to use and for us to provide some programming as well. And that's really kind of a overview of our anticipated expenses for 2024. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to entertain those.
Council members, before we entertain the questions, if there are any, just wanted to mark Council President Waterman present at 2:09 p.m. and Councilperson Saleh at 2:12 p.m. So we have 5 council members in attendance.
For the facility and structural improvements, have you been able to get quotes on the labor and the cost of some of those repairs?
Yes, for our most critical repairs that we have across a number of branches, we're at just over $15 million in need for some of those critical items.
On my end, I don't know if anybody else has any questions.
Say, how do you propose to get active membership for people with library cards up to, I believe you said 75% or 70%?
Yeah, I'm wanting the number of active card users to be at about 75%.
Okay, how do we get there? Do you have any, do you have a game plan, or what's the game plan, or?
Well, it's a multi-prong approach, really. I think keeping up with our community engagement. Also, as I mentioned, things like reducing the amount of time that people have to wait for resources. That alone will increase, because people get quite frustrated when you're looking for an online resource and you have to wait 130 days to get it. And that's specifically about ebooks, which we know those are very popular. So as long as that satisfaction is trending in the right direction, that's how we get more and more people engaged, and also making efforts for people who aren't using their card to get them re-engaged.
Can you publish like a list of top 10s for the year of 2023, or, you know, a roundup in terms of what were the most popular books, movies, like things that people requested for Jersey City? In Jersey
Sure.
City?
Yeah, like the top 10 titles.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
something like that. That'd be nice to see a end of year roundup like that,
Sure.
if possible.
Now, you said you were looking for space for programs.
Yes.
Could it be any type of community space, or must it be like in one of your facilities?
It could be any community space.
Oh, it can be any
Yeah.
community space.
Yeah,
Okay.
and actually that would be ideal for us,
Okay.
because a lot of our facilities, they don't have a lot of program space.
Mhm.
So if there are partners that we could engage,
Okay.
or even spaces that we could look to rent, that's also an option.
Have you used the Bethune Center at all?
Yes, we've provided programs there. Yeah, we were also we had been running some exercise classes there in partnership with them for a while this year.
Mine isn't really a question, but just more of a comment with regard to outreach. I just want to thank the library and the library staff for some of the work that they've done within my ward, participating at different events, not only in like with our farmers market and the events that we have, like music series and things like that, but also with some of our schools. We
Yeah.
had a very successful appreciation day at 17 school, and the library was a big part of that.
Yeah.
So I just want to say thank you, and please continue to put programs like and that sort of outreach in your budget, because I'm fully supportive of that.
Yeah.
That's-
Thank you.
Thank you.
And really all the thanks goes to the library staff because they do a lot of work and also just for our library and libraries in general, being on the front lines has become more challenging because, our community's needs are a little more intense. So there are a lot of things that they're having to balance in that regard, mental health challenges, things like that. So I want to give all the thanks to them.
So I thank Miss Debbie every time I see her. She's always emailing me about events, and so yeah, very good. Same with the Miller branch. They're fantastic. They do
Right.
great.
Thank you.
I just want to ask a question. You said 15 million for repairs.
Yes.
Now, where will you be raising, how will you be raising this money?
Well, we're going to try to cover as we can out of our operating funds. Our foundation is still getting its feet under it. But really I don't know if that's something that we could talk about the bond from the city for those city facilities. But the things that we can handle from our operating funds, we're going to try to take care of those because there are some that are very timely.
Be able to know right now, but do you have any ideas of ways that the city could use shared services, or I guess you could work with other departments like Health and Human Services and Healthier JC, or the Department of Recreation and their youth works that you think would help the library and that other department? And if you don't know right now, that's okay. I just feel like sometimes shared services help us cover more
Right.
than we thought of.
Yeah, there are a number of departments we work with, cultural affairs, health and human services. I know we have the shower bus that we collaborated with them on. So there are a number of things like that. We're trying to expand our reach, working with partners like that.
Maybe to the library and some of their events that they have, the after school programs for students that they're trying to expand on, things like that, or
Right.
your services. If you have any ideas, please let us know.
I will. Thank you.
And thank you again for all of the coverage that you're doing. I've never seen more about the library out in the past few years than I have now. And it's all very positive coverage. And, you invited me there. We did a nice tour. You have art shows going on. It's very community inclusive.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your statement on the banned books and keeping books that are under attack throughout the country. Thank you for defending them here.
Yes, and as of right now, I think we are one of 8 libraries in New Jersey that's considered a book sanctuary.
Wow.
I know you was having some heating issues in one of the facilities. I don't know if it was Miller Branch. How
It
was
was-
that going?
It was the Gardner, Maine and the Heights branch. So the Gardner, Maine, and actually I can let Charles speak to that.
Okay.
That one ended up not being as extensive, but the Heights, we're going to have to replace a boiler there.
Thank you, Charles Hatchett here. The capital plan that you saw does include repairing and upgrading some of our heating facilities. The Gardner, Maine has rooftop heaters, which we are taking bids on to replace. And the internal boiler was fixed by Evco after bidding between Evco and Panetta. Those two companies basically look through to make sure that our heating is actually up to speed in all our branches. And they're basically state vendors that we're using. Heights is also Evco, who basically gave us a good bid,
Mhm.
a good quote. And actually, they're refurbishing old equipment, so it's been pretty good. So we've had some savings there.
So I know bonding. Are we going to do bonding next year? I hope we can find revenue before we do bonding. Yeah, we will, right? I figured that. was hoping there was other ways, to be perfectly honest, because I know the library's in a great need, trying to get the facilities back up and running to the level that it should be. Just trying to think of different ways that we can pretty much help and find funding. I don't know if there can be some type of grants. That's why when we get our grant division up and running, that'd be such a help for the city across the board with different issues, different concerns rather,
Yep.
that we have. Because I know the library is in dire need of repairs in so many of the facilities at this time. But we do have the new library. Is it on Johnson?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How is that going?
My understanding, we should be ready to open sometime spring of '24.
Okay. I think 24. All right. Want to make sure.
Questions or feedback, comments, ideas into the library or to our fiscal department to help, facilitate any of their needs? I said, if I asked if there was any more feedback or questions to the library department or to your department to see if there was any way we can provide some shared services or like the council president said, grants or partnering with other departments to help save on some costs specifically for their infrastructure repairs.
In other budget hearings, since we started early this year, we're taking a collective of priorities and understanding the timeline and when we need to introduce and adopt. By statutory, right, we should be all wrapped up by March, but we know that we haven't had that history. So now, as tomorrow wrapping up the last budget hearings that we gather, we are going to look through the priorities, the requests and funding. So therefore, we can make a determination on that. But to Council President's point, we did establish a grants division under the Department of Finance. And so currently it has a director, a program manager, and an admin that we're working on and soliciting priorities in a form and everything of that nature. So that will be kicked off with our grant consultant. We have an RFP out right now to get a new partners to see if there are other grant consultants out there, because we've been working historically with one particular company and we need to issue out things. And so we understand when, in lining, I would say the capital stack or the program stack or everything of the sort, we are looking at some ways into 2024 and over the next couple of years to support all the various areas and departments.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Director.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn at 2:30?
Motion?
Second.
Motion was made by Councilperson DeGise, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to adjourn at 2:30 PM, all council members present by acclamation, please say aye. We are out of here at 2:30 PM. Thank you so much, everybody in attendance and everybody watching at home. And remember, teamwork makes the dream work. We'll be back in a half hour with our last budget presentation, which will be for the Department of Infrastructure. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. Please silence your cell phones if you haven't done so already. We are on the record. Today is Monday, the 4th day of December in the year 2023. This is a budget hearing for the Department of Infrastructure with the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 3 p.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 3:01 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this budget hearing? Councilperson Prinzary.
Here.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Here.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera is absent, and Council President Waterman. We have 7 council members in attendance at 3:01 p.m. In addition, at its time for its preparation, the notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Wednesday, November 29th, 2023 at 4:15 p.m. And a reminder was sent out on Friday, December 1st, 2023 at 1:45 p.m. to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and the local newspapers, so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. I am now going to turn it over to our chairperson, if you can tell me who that is. Councilperson DeGise again. I apologize. Councilperson DeGise, it's all yours.
Sorry, repeat that. Thank you again for the introductions, calling the meeting. Thank you to the council in attendance, and thank you very much to the Director of Infrastructure. I make a motion to start the meeting. Allow the director to have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, council members. Hello, Chairperson Geese. I will jump right into our presentation for the Department of Infrastructure's 2024 budget request. I've taken the liberty to make very brief the beginning section that talks about what the department is, what we do, what the divisions are responsible for, assuming all the council members are very familiar with the scope of work of the department. So very quickly, I'll just summarize the main initiatives that the department has been undertaking over the past year and a half since the department was created. So the first thing is really that we're responsible for maintaining the public realm of the city in a state of good repair. That includes city streets, city parks, public spaces, city buildings, and other facilities. Related to parks and streets, we're also initiating a lot of new projects. So that means major renovations to parks, redesigns of streets, streetscapes across various wards, our Vision Zero and climate action initiatives. And then beyond that, ensuring that all of the major projects that we do have underway through our department, which accounts for about a $400+ million capital budget of projects, whether they're through the city budget or grants, are all moving forward with a robust community process. So those are sort of our pillars of the department, which I know all of you are familiar with. And on the third page, you'll see a table of organization and the 6 divisions that are included within the department. The divisions of architecture, engineering, traffic engineering, transportation, sustainability, and the Office of Innovation. I'll move right into comparison from previous years to now. As you know, the department was only created in the year 2021. So in the year 2022, we had an adopted budget of just over $11 million. In 2023, you see a major reduction in that budget to $3,863,833. And then the requested budget for 2024, again, is a dramatic increase, which is a $17 million number. I'll go into the reason for that when we go through the individual sheets for each division, but not to bury the lead. The reason for that significant change up and down is that in 2021 and 22, we had included within our operating budget the expenditure that subsidizes VIA, which went from a $6 million to a $7 million to now an $8 million subsidy from the city. And so that was part of the operating budget it was taken out of that and covered through the capital budget in 2023. And so for the 24 request, I've included it in there, not knowing whether or not that will be part of the capital request. It most likely will be, in which case we would have it only in one of the budgets, not a redundancy. And then for staffing, generally the numbers have stayed the same, but you'll see just a slight decrease from one year to the next in both full-time staff and part-time staff in the department. Any questions on that before I move into the budget summary itself? Okay. So on the next page, you'll see a summary of the department broken down by each division and just what the change is from what the adopted budget was in 2023 for the department and for each of its divisions, and then for the 2024 request. Again, the places where you see the most dramatic increase is for traffic engineering and transportation. And the reason for that is that in 2023, we did not include the major contractual services like VIA or traffic signal maintenance, the big ticket items that used to be in the operating budget and were taken out and shifted to capital. So for 2024, we'll make a decision at some point on whether those things will be covered in the operating budget or not. So we've included it in here out of an abundance of caution. And then the next few pages are just individual breakdowns of each division, starting with the director's office. So I don't know if there was a preference on how to review each of these division slides, if there's something specific you'd like me to highlight.
I don't know if you have to go over the specifics more as just the big jumps in,
Sure.
that we didn't see last year that we see this year, if there's
Sure.
that you wanted to cover.
This is one clarifying question. For the 2023 expended number, is that like as of, because obviously when I finished with 2023, just where does that number come from?
I believe it's as of September when we last prepared this.
I'll double check, but I believe they're current as of last month.
So as of the end of November?
I'll double check. for you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so in the director's office, really no major changes to staffing or salaries. The one place where you will see a change is in overtime wages, which is a slight increase, as well as training and meeting. The reason for this is that we have transferred staff from other divisions within the department into the director's office, just because we needed more staffing for administrative work. And those employees are union employees who are eligible for overtime and had worked quite a bit of overtime hours before and during their transfer. And so we hadn't anticipated much of an overtime budget because it's usually management staff in the director's office. But that was just a peculiarity of the individual staff who had been transferred who were making overtime. So it's, a small number relatively, I think, just about $10,000. And we are budgeting for a reduced number for next year. We don't expect it to be that high for next year. So that's one change. And then there is an expense for training and meeting. This is when in the director's office, staff is required to attend conferences to represent the city or do speaking engagements to talk about the city's work. Sometimes there's a cost associated with that. So that is that expense of $5,000. The next one is a division of architecture. The main change here that we anticipate is with salaries and wages. There is quite a shortage of staff in the division of architecture, specifically professional staff who are licensed architects who are able to perform the work that's needed in the city. And so we are requesting an increased budget for next year to be able to hire staff, specifically landscape architects and architects, so that we can rely less on consultant efforts and do more of the design and planning work in-house. That's the major change for that division. Everything else, as you see, is staying the same.
If I can just jump in, I mean, I know it for budget office, everybody, I think that's a really, really important request that we're able to try to honor as much as possible, because there's so many infrastructure projects in the city that are ongoing, park projects, and there is a backlog. Right? There really is, and I know it's hard to keep the staff, and so just at least for me, it's a huge priority, because there's, even as a small thing, it's like, do we want to get a shade structure installed at Mary Benson Park? And just, it's hard to ask. Like, that should be a small ask that we should be able to like handle quickly, but we just know how difficult the staffing challenges are.
And just for council members who are not as familiar with the division or don't work with them as often, on the last page of your deck, I've just itemized every single staffing related request and the reason why, and a number associated with each request. So under the division of architecture, it would give you a good sense of the type of staff we're looking to hire, the salary that could be associated with it, and why that staff member is necessary, sort of as an appendix item. Okay, moving on to the Division of Engineering, same thing. There is an increase in salaries and wages so that we can get more licensed engineers on staff. Currently, we have only 2 licensed professional engineers on staff, one of whom is the director of the division, who's required to handle managerial tasks. So for a city of our size, we really need more professionals who are able to take on the work, certify certain things that a licensed engineer needs to do, and not have to rely on consultants. I do also have a significant increase in the contractual services category, which is towards the bottom of the sheet there. This is so that we could get on-call engineering design services and environmental engineering services when needed. This is something that comes up often on a lot of our projects. All of you are familiar with different projects that have come up where we've said, yes, we'll get to it, but we can't do it right now. We need to hire an engineer for this. So having a firm on board that we have on-call services available for would help really expedite this type of work. And it also helps provide the kind of engineering knowledge that our civil engineers on staff don't have. So sometimes it's structural engineering related, sometimes it's environmental. These are things that even if we have licensed engineers on staff, it may not be their expertise. So having an on-call service means we have at our disposal an entire engineering firm and all of the different disciplines that may be involved in that firm to assist us and consult the city whenever we need. So that is an added request and an increased amount that you'll see in the engineering budget. The next one is traffic engineering. Again, same thing. There's an increase in salaries and wages. We have only 1 licensed traffic engineer for the entire city. And that person, again, is the director of the division who is required to handle managerial tasks. Which means the engineer can't always attend to technical things that need her attention when they need her attention. We do have an on-call traffic engineering service that we've had for this division for several years now. They've done a really great job, but it's not an exact substitute for just having people on staff who can be available when inquiries come in. And it's also just a big component of a lot of our Vision Zero and traffic safety work that we don't have enough staff to, which I know many of you council members have felt firsthand. So you'll see an increase requested in salaries and wages, specifically for licensed traffic engineers. And you'll see an increase in contractual services, again, And sorry, there's just a representation of the last item. It says petty cash.
That's a lot of petty cash.
We do not need $2 million of petty cash. That should say professional services. So that is our on-call traffic signal maintenance contract that has been a part of this budget year after year. We've had a conversation about moving that into the capital budget. Again, in case that isn't covered through a capital bond, whenever that happens, we needed to include it in here because this is really a public safety item that we cannot exclude. So this is anytime there's a signal down, anytime a signal is not working, if someone hits a pole, it really is important to have services deployed ASAP to, address and fix the problem. The amount has stayed the same over about 5 years, the $2 million amount. And so we're keeping it the same. We're not increasing it. In an ideal scenario, we would increase it to cover more services. And we would also increase it potentially to cover the installation of new traffic signals, but we're not addressing that through this budget. We're keeping it pretty minimal. And so that's the other.
So, quick question, Barker. In an instance where I know 440 is not our rule, but I've seen like the tractor trailer had knocked the signal down, the police came, then they got it back up. So ultimately, we would pay for it to get it done right away, but subsequently, do we send the bill to the liable party?
So in that case, our contractor wasn't the one who did the work. But we sometimes will deploy our contractor on site to give their opinion of what should be done. There has been an instance, maybe 2 instances recently where we ourselves did the work because it just has to be done and, another entity couldn't deploy their contractor quickly enough. I don't know if we got around to billing them or not. That's,
Is it common practice that we do?
Yes, typically we would.
Okay.
How many engineers are you looking to hire? Sorry.
So to get back to the level that we had in 2019, ideally we would have 3, and that's all that's being requested right now. For the scope of work that we're doing, it would be common to have 4 to 5.
Understood. Thank you.
The idea being that there would be, the director, someone in a supervisory role, and then individual engineers covering different parts of the city as their assigned areas that they would know inside and out and be able to address issues in that part of the city as they would come up. They would take the lead on certain projects, things
That
like
makes
that.
sense. Thank you.
Okay. Next one is the Division of Transportation. We are calling for a very slight increase in salaries and wages and some of the other labor items, but really the largest increases you'll see are in professional services and contractual services. So professional services is for transportation design services. We've had an on-call contract with a transportation planning firm who has helped do plans and designs for various projects throughout the city. They help produce our Vision Zero annual report every year. Anytime we come up with a new initiative that we want professional planner or designer to look at, they typically do the work, and our staff in-house oversees them and make sure there's they sort of do like a quality assurance check and supplement their services. And then the contractual services of $9 million. You can see that we had $6 million in 2022. That was mostly for VIA. In 2024, we're requesting $9 million. $8 million of that would be for the VIA subsidy, and then $1 million would be for the Port Liberté ferry, which actually would be reimbursed back to the city, but we are required to provide the funding upfront, and the state then reimburses the full amount to us afterwards. So that is the reason for that 9 million there.
How come there was nothing in 2023?
In 2023, we had shifted the entire VIA subsidy amount to the capital budget, and we took it out of operating. And so we've expended at this point in 2023 about 7.4 million of that close to $8 million. We're getting to the end of the year. So almost all of it has been expended to date. Okay. The Division of Sustainability, again, you'll see an
Okay,
increase.
let me ask you one question.
Sure.
Is there any plans on building parking decks anywhere in the city?
Not that I know of, Council President. There is the one project in the Heights that's tied to the development of that site overall. So that would be one parking garage, but there aren't any municipal garage projects that I'm aware of.
Oh, just asking, because I'm getting a lot of complaints about parking. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
People are complaining, they are, you know, it's taking them at least an hour before they can park to get into their own home. So I don't know if we have any plans in the future to see how we can, you know, start looking into different spots for parking throughout the city for people to park, because, you know, we thought that at one time that people wouldn't drive as many cars, but when the EV cars came out, that stopped that, because everybody thought nobody was going to drive cars. They kept saying, no, people are, you're not going to have that many people with cars. People are going to walk because, you know, sustainability, you know, pollution and everything. But, you know, technology, you know, allow us to see that now we have EV cars where people are just charging cars now. And so people are buying more cars. So we didn't calculate that right. We didn't see that coming.
Yeah, and also regards to parking, what puzzles me is, first of all, when they do these, whatever they do in the streets or the construction, the infrastructure, and they have all of these huge vehicles parked on the public streets for weeks, sometimes months. In light of us knowing that it's not that much parking and them taking public parking, but why don't we suspend parking in that area for those residents?
You mean suspend parking on public streets for,
No, like on, right now on Emory, they're doing major upgrades. So you can't park on both sides from the corner to almost at least a quarter of the block, because they have their machines there when they finish, because they got to come back the next day. So those people that live in that area that typically park there, it's already hard to find parking. It's scarce already. Now you're compounding a problem. And then with this 24-hour parking enforcement, people are getting tickets like left and right, left and right. So that's what I'm saying, is there a way we can, I don't know, if it's construction in that area and they're taking up 3 or more parking, why don't we just suspend parking for the residents on that block?
I think that would be within the authority of the council to do. I wouldn't be able to answer the question about how that's enforced because it really would be beyond my department. One thing that
Mhm.
we've tried to do to be proactive, which again is beyond my department's purview, but just to help out, is last year we went through a process where we significantly increased the fees anytime a private applicant, whether it's a contractor or a developer, just any work that's not city required work, if they were going to take up multiple parking spaces on a block for a long period of time, they used to be charged the same fee as someone who needed to block off a space because they were moving or, you know, something very minor. And so we went through the process of updating the fees, thinking if we significantly increased the fees for those types of applicants or those users of the street, then we would discourage them from doing that. And so the fees are much, much higher. There's something like, you know, in some cases, if you qualify for that tier, it's like $100 per parking space per day,
Mhm.
you know, something like that.
But
It's significant, but we're seeing that that's not discouraging every single type
yes,
of applicant. And so either suspending, enforcing parking behavior on that block if there's a lot of work happening, or changing temporarily the regulation on that block so residents can park, would be something that would be something that this council can take action on, and we can look at it and make recommendations if you'd like through the traffic office. It's just not something that I've heard of until now specifically that you'd
Yes, I think.
explore something like that.
Yeah,
Also, Councilman, I can speak with you after this meeting about what we did in my ward when PSE&G was doing the major gas line upgrades, because we had that same issue with them staging vehicles. That was helpful for the residents. But happy to talk through what we did over by me to see if that's helpful. I'm happy to talk to you too. Yeah, but it was under purview of parking authority.
okay.
Yeah. So, there are other things we can talk about as it relates to state safety plans and things like that they do in other cities, but that's more parking authority than infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get with you after the meeting.
Okay, the Division of Sustainability, you'll see again, an increase requested in salaries and wages. Currently, there are only 2 members, 2 people on staff in the division. So we're requesting to be able to hire more professional staff for the Division of Sustainability to take on all of the work that we're doing through that division. I will say that since the new director has come on board and we've staffed the division, at least with these 2 people, just in the past year, we have applied for and won about $4 million worth of grants, some of which will cover actually salaries for seasonal employees that can help in the division. So we're always working on trying to offset the cost to the city of being able to get staff on board. Although in the long term, we should have permanent staff in this division for the important work that they're doing. But we've been able to do that. So we'll be able to hire at least 3 people as seasonal employees to support the work. And the grant will also cover seasonal staff salaries for the Division of Forestry under DPW through the grants that sustainability has won. So it'll be able to help out another department as well for tree planting efforts. So that's all I'll say on staffing. You'll also see an increase in contractual and professional services, specifically for tree planting efforts. So if we are wanting to meet the goals that we've set for ourselves as a city to plant a certain number of new trees every year, and also to do proper tree care of the new trees that are being planted, we really need to have a sustainable source of funding for that work. So some of the grants that I mentioned will help cover that. One specifically is for tree planting on the entirety of the MLK corridor, which will be great for that entire corridor and all the neighborhoods that span along MLK. And one of the other grants is for tree planting efforts citywide and for green infrastructure efforts citywide. We're also going through a process of updating forestry standards and better outlining responsibilities for the city, for private developers, and then for property owners. So all of that work will be supplemented by having consultants on board to support the work, as well as being able to hire a vendor for purchasing trees and planting trees. Okay, and then the last one is the Office of Innovation. Very little change here in the budget. You'll see a little bit of an increase in things like educational materials, data software, things the Office of Innovation is responsible for, like updating the online open data portal. And then you'll also see a decrease in certain categories that we felt were excessive and where it didn't seem like the office needed that much funding. So we've reduced that wherever we saw the opportunity. We do have a new director in the Office of Innovation, and they have also actively been working on getting a lot of grants for the city and getting staffing covered by Bloomberg Philanthropies for the office, so that it's one other thing that the city doesn't have to expend money on hiring staff. So, they're working on all of their initiatives, and you'll see for the most part, I think a decrease. No, maybe not a decrease, just a slight increase in this budget overall. Okay, so those are all the divisions. The last page here is just reviewing the goals that we had included in my last presentation for the department at the last budget hearing. In the light blue, you'll see all the goals that we've been able to accomplish in the last year, which are most of them. We've been able to create the Division of Sustainability and staff it, as well as the Office of Innovation. We've moved forward on a lot of the capital improvement projects like Leonard Gordon Park, Courthouse Park, Bergen Square, India Square, Municipal Library. All of those projects were initiated this year and will be completed next year. We have completed about 85% of all of our tasks for the ESIP, the Energy Savings Improvement Plan. So all of the upgrades have been made at all 28 city facilities. The microgrid has been deployed and it is now active at Linden Avenue. There are just a few more solar panel related projects that are outstanding, but for the most part, it is completed. We've advanced a lot of Vision Zero initiatives in neighborhoods outside of downtown and extending from downtown, connecting to other neighborhoods like Bergen Lafayette, like the West Side, Journal Square. A few projects in the Heights, though nothing permanent yet, hopefully next year. We've increased tree planting projects citywide. We launched the Port Liberté ferry service. We launched the Uni service. All of those projects that we anticipated last year have all been completed. I would say with decreased staff and decreased budget. And so for next year, we're hoping to really expand our team of professionals in the department by being able to strategically hire more staff who are licensed and who are technical professionals to be able to really scale up all of the great work that my team is doing. And then you'll see some other goals there for individual projects, as well as improving our community engagement process. I know we do a lot of it. Full credit to my team for being very, very dedicated and going above and beyond for every single project we initiate, always being willing to meet with residents, meet with all of you, initiate public meetings. I would really love to do more of that and to be able to specifically focus on communities who typically have barriers to engaging with the city and with our processes. So in the next year, we all would really like to specifically focus on engaging our senior population, our youth population who have a lot of really great ideas about how we can improve the city and don't have a formal way of reporting that to us right now. Specifically improving engagement with communities of color who often have barriers of engagement because of language, because of time of day, because of the way in which we hold our public meetings, which can seem really intimidating and not very welcoming sometimes. Specifically for women as well, and trying to think about how physical infrastructure projects can be more mindful of and welcoming specifically towards women in our city. So these are things that we are thinking about, and one major thing that we'll be working on next year as a department is creating a 5-year strategic plan to identify the major infrastructure priorities over the next 5 years to be able to give ourselves and the city and our residents a blueprint, something that's predictable about where investments are going to go and which projects are going to be advanced based on priorities that we see now, based on all the data that we've been collecting for years and years through studies, through different initiatives that we've taken on. So that's what we have to look forward to next year. I would really just like to take a brief minute to say, I'm here by myself today, but obviously none of this can be done without my team. I have a great team of division directors and staff who really over the past year have taken on a lot of initiative and have gone above and beyond to deliver projects, often outside of their range of expertise and skill sets because they're just so dedicated to the city. So I really have to acknowledge them before I stop talking. And then the last page, you'll just see that appendix of staffing and other requests and the justification for why we're asking for them.
Yeah, Barker, I wish Brian Wello was here because I have a list of questions here from people, and I'm going to give you this. And one is Sergeant B. Anthony's Park. They've been asking for several things over a period of time, and they're getting a little annoyed with it. The other thing is the Central Avenue and Summit Avenue wall, which is a lot of that, God forbid one of those bricks come out and fall onto somebody. And we have status of what is the status of the 1.6 million from the state, New Jersey Historical Trust? And finally, what is the last date of the last violation from the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection? And then actually the last one is, can the council get a diagram of the proposed bridge for Reservoir 3? I'm going to give you this list. As I said, I wish Brian Wello was here.
Yeah, I just made a few notes of all of those items. I'll have to get back to you on Sergeant B. Anthony Park. Like the councilman mentioned before, because of our staffing constraint in architecture, we've had to put a lot of projects on pause. And so there are just a few of them that are advancing right now. The staff will be able to get to them as soon as they possibly can. But I don't have an update on that park right now. And then the other items that are related to the reservoir, I answered some questions in the email that I got from you and Pam a little while ago, and some I didn't have the answer to yet. So the Summit Avenue facade of the wall at the reservoir was deteriorating. We were able to address it really quickly and do some repointing work and fix up the wall. And so that work is done. However, there are repairs needed to essentially the entire wall facade at the reservoir at some point. That's not something that we have within our budget right now. So we've been able to only fix areas where we see, a public safety issue or we see pieces of it coming out that we've been able to repair through our on-call contracts. The $1.6 million grant that we received from the state was the money that was going to be used for the repairs to the historic structures on site. So the gatehouse and the screen house structures. We tried to award a contract for those repairs. All of the bids came in above budget, and so we weren't able to award that contract. And we now have to figure out from a procurement standpoint whether we should split up the projects and see if the 1.6 can cover just part of that work, or if we rebid the whole thing out as is and see if we get lower bids, which is unlikely. So that's something we're going to have to work with our finance and purchasing team on to figure out how we can use that money that we have, given the fact that every time we put something like that out to bid, the responses are coming in way over budget. And then the violations, I'm also going to have to get back to you on. I don't have that information.
The other thing, just one last thing. The traffic on 139. I know Menendez, I think Raj, myself, and others, the state just seems to be ignoring us. That highway is extremely dangerous. We just had another incident there the other day. The whole thing, and they just constantly ignore the city of Jersey City. We got to start putting pressure on them to do something there. Well, we have another person killed.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Do you have any anticipated grant money coming in for this year, or any revenues being there's such a large jump that you think would offset some of the increases?
Grant revenue specifically for
grants or revenue coming into the entire department that you think would fill in some of this?
Yes, yes. So on grants, we have about, at this point, $68 million worth of grants across the department that we've been awarded. And it's really a matter of when those projects get authorized to begin. And so we would be able to start the work. However, those grants would not offset anything in the operating budget. if anything, they would help offset things that we would put into our capital budget, things like paying for a streetscape, paying for a park improvement, things along those lines. And then to offset the operating budget, we have a draft of an ordinance that we're hoping to submit before you at the December council meeting. Up until now, there are many activities within the department that have been happening for years that we were not charging any sort of fees on that other departments do. So for example, every single development application that is reviewed by city planning is also reviewed by the Department of Infrastructure, by the engineering office, and it takes as many staff hours on our side to review as it does on the planning side. But we have never charged fees for that like the planning division does, and they, generate significant revenue from that. So that kind of thing where it's a fee on either development applications or private contractors or applicants who are putting in for things like street closure permits or roadway opening permits, things that we have either never charged for or charged very, very nominal fees for. We're hoping to update, and we anticipate that generating quite a bit of revenue that I think will help cover many of the staffing requests that you see before you. And I'll be able to send a summary of the anticipated revenue generated from that to you right before we submit the draft to the council meeting, but we're expecting anywhere from $2 to $3 million.
I don't know if this is already in our code, but when we spoke about the non-permitted road closures, so people are shutting down a road to do some construction upgrades. You're unaware of it, so that means the police department is unaware of it. Do we have a fee structure in place that penalizes them, that they get fined for doing that?
So we have to start first by getting rid of the loophole in the municipal code, and that's one thing that we're going to include in that draft. So currently there's language in the city code that says if someone needs to close a street for something that they deem will take 30 minutes or less to complete the work, and this is a holdover from years and years ago, I don't know why this would ever be in the code, then they're allowed to do that without a traffic permit. And so people who are aware, I shouldn't have said that on the record just now, but people who are aware of that often take advantage of that. And so sometimes that is happening for 30 minutes or less, but sometimes people are closing streets just without permits or going beyond the scope of the permit that sometimes says you can close part of the street, but you need to leave the other half open and have alternating two-way traffic. They won't do that. They'll close the entire street and say, yes, the permit says this, but it wasn't safe for us to do so. So taking advantage of the fact that there isn't constant surveillance of these sites. So we don't have that in our current version of the draft, but we can add it in there. That type of fee would not be something that we would control or collect. It would be through, I believe, the Department of Public Safety, but we can include the language in there because it is the citywide, fee schedule.
I would definitely do that. And
Yeah,
even
we're
have
also
something
adding
that-
in, I'm sorry.
No, that if you had a visual of it, like if somebody took a picture, you would be able to send that to public safety and then
Right.
they could authorize a ticket, because you can't expect anyone in your department to issue a ticket, but then you can't expect the police to report on time every time if there's a road closure for, 2 hours that shouldn't have been there, but they still should be penalized. We went through the whole thing with the heights. Someone was set in a whole circle for 45 minutes and not a cop in sight because none of that was permitted for.
Right. Some other things that we'll include are, just updating fees for things that either have never been included, like a violation for when a vehicle is blocking a bikeway, or adjusting fees for when vehicles are blocking crosswalks, things like that that are related to our Vision Zero efforts. We will also include that.
Absolutely. And all of those would have to be enforced by public safety. No other
Yes.
department would be able to enforce that.
Right. So Exactly. So my department does not have any enforcement jurisdiction or any ability to write violations. Really, all we can do if we do have inspectors, which we currently don't have many of them, is to send them on site and verify whether something is happening the way in which it was permitted. And then at that point, they would always have to call someone from public safety to be able to come on site and write a violation or to enforce. We don't have any ability to do that.
Can we get those bollards with like the camera on them and put them in front of like bike lanes and fire hydrants? And I know I saw it a long time ago, but I don't know what it's going to take. Will it take like a state level intervention to do that? And it has like a camera, and if you park there, it captures your license and sends it in the mail.
Yeah, anything with an automated function like that, I would just have to check what is permitted and what isn't with our law department. I believe the state would have to permit that and then we can install something like that.
Technically, it's not like a moving violation. It's like a parking
Right.
violation, you know, because
Yeah.
they're parking there, but I don't know.
Yes, if I can get the funding for that, then yes.
Yeah, it would fund itself.
True, it would.
I wanted to look at a number with your division of transportation under drafting and printing. I don't know if that's a typo, but adopted 500, expended 300,000, and then requested this year's back to 500.
Yes, that's probably a typo. Let me just pull it up. Station.
I've noticed a few typos in the
Yes,
station.
Right, quite all right. I
So we'll have to go back to whoever input them.
It was me.
It's quite all right. I just didn't know if it
I didn't
jumped, it jumped, but I was like, why are we going to go back down to a lower number if that was the
Yeah, it was me. Definitely not 300,000. So I'll double check and send the PDF to you with corrected numbers.
The budget office could export a report right from the financial system, which would be no margin for error. So.
Are there any other questions or comments? I'll say something similar that I said with the library department is there are some shared or collaborative services that I think would help her department out a lot. In a lot of other municipalities, you know, forestry and needing a forester and the trees for planting and maintaining shouldn't necessarily be out of her budget entirely. And we have that within other departments, and I don't know if there's any type of collaboration or shared services that we could work on. Two, with bike lanes, maintenance, road maintenance, should be maybe a little bit under DPW or a collaboration with them. Park improvements and design should also incorporate the division of parks. I think that your budget is very high this year, but it's because of a lot of innovative projects that I think none of us want to see cut or pulled back on. But other departments may be able to help some of that, so you can worry about your hirings and the salaries and your employees, where some of the execution of these things, you know, could come from other departments as well. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that or ways that other city services can be shared or other departments can collaborate you in your efforts.
Sure. So I would say that we don't, I agree with you on the point of things like maintenance or quick actions that have to happen on streets or on parks. We do often end up using our contractors to address things when city staff are not able to, or we don't have available city staff to be able to do certain things. So to the extent that that could be shifted in-house, it would definitely help bring the number down. And then other things like, you know, design of parks or construction management, those types of things, there isn't as much of a lift, I would say, on the architecture team, for example, to do that. They're really doing more of the designing and then managing consultants and then managing construction when it's happening. So we're usually awarding a contract and a vendor or a contractor is on site doing the actual work, and then the staff in my department are going over to make sure things are happening according to the plan. So it isn't as heavy of a lift, but I would say what's the direction we're going in now is that the professional staff are not doing as much of the design work themselves. They're managing consultants because we don't have capacity for them to be doing the designing themselves. So they're overseeing someone that we're hiring to do the design, which is fine. It's, the right way to do things if we don't have enough people on staff. But I think if we keep going in that direction, we will continue to pay more and more for consultant services instead of building up capacity in-house and being able to do the work ourselves in-house. And I think the only way to do that is to incrementally build up a team of professionals who, are getting a competitive salary in the industry and who are staying here for long enough that they can be invested in these projects and be able to give their skill set to different projects that are coming up.
Anything else from the council?
No. Hey, Bark, I got, I guess later on during the week or next week, I got to follow up about three issues, 2 parks, and then the Randolph, they call those rubber things, but I'll follow up with you guys.
Okay, sounds good.
Fiscal department or from infrastructure, any last comments?
I think just to echo what I said this morning in regards to doing the budget early, understanding what program services and what projects we're doing is, again, getting the road mapping, the data to, I think, align with that. When I was a community development director, when you submit a grants budget, it's extremely detailed. We all know that federal grants are much more robust, but here on the city side, we have flexibility. So when we look to measure salary and wages or program costs or what it entails, we've never had enough time to collect that information. I'm not saying it's going to happen then over the next 90 days, but we're going to get better to that road mapping so that we can streamline if recreation and health and human services are running this program, that it is measurable. And then if we're, billing for capital projects or design and services that are needed, that it's comparable. And so we don't have that system yet, right? You'll hear from me tomorrow in regards to goals and priorities from the Department of Finance. We will be rolling out a new financial management system that's like kind of sort of 30 years old, so we can build the dashboards to it. But in the interim, in this next 2024 budget year, we're hoping to be better aligned for at least the preceding year. So I think that's the game plan and the direction that we're going as it relates to supporting the departments in their areas and the initiatives. And that when we do look at the budget, I know Kyle does and Danny does, call other departments and say, hey, we've seen this request. Have you worked with this other person, and so on and so forth, so that we can see better alignment and not what we used to call in the grant space duplication of services, right? That's kind of sort of what we want to see, not services duplicated, but ultimately better alignment and programming.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, not hearing any other questions, may I have a motion to adjourn at 3:54 PM?
Second.
Motion made by Councilperson DeGise, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to adjourn at 3:54 PM, all council members present by acclamation, please say aye. We are out of here at 3:54 PM. Thank you so much, everyone in attendance and everyone watching at home. And remember, teamwork makes the dream work. Have a great rest of the night.